Welcome back to the Gold Coast Open PPA Tour Australia. We are at the women's semi-final. We've got game 3. We've had an absolute battle here out on court 2 with Way and Trueluck up against Townsend and Cow. One game all. It is an absolute firecracker. They've been going almost 45 minutes now. Welcome from wherever you're tuning in. Myself, Sanj Carter. I'm here with Adam Hall, and we're going to be calling this third game, bringing it to you live from Royal Pines.
Good afternoon, Sanj Carter. Oh, sorry, good morning. Sorry. We're on the precipice of the afternoon, however. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, great overhead there from Liz Trueluck. Set the shot up really well, that nice deep play. Danny got caught on that backhand and finished that point off really well.
And a speed up there at Danielle Townsend, something she just couldn't counter back over the net there. Now this is the third game, should I say. Oh, excellent there by Way to initiate that play with the lob.
And the communication from the girls, both absolutely solid overhead players. Both, could have taken that ball and put it away. And, great choice there from Jamie Way, just on that left-hand side, able to take that forehand right down the middle.
And she just got caught in no man's land there a bit, mid-court. Did Way. And the courage there by Way again to go for the lob. Didn't catch Pay off guard. And then she had to defend a low ball and did. Grinded out that point.
Oh, heated exchange there. You see both ladies coming forward, really battling it out with that speed up, and Pay and Townsend come out on top for that point. Now, first time we've seen Townsend and Cow team up in the PPA Tour Australia. First tournament for them together. Both have won medals with previous partners, but great to see this new combination together.
There's that backhand flick that Danielle Townsend is so well known for.
Definitely her favourite shot, and straight down the middle, trying to test the communication of the girls. On the other side, you can see them giving just a bit of, we got this, we got it.
And a forehand winner there by Way, sails straight past Pay.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if Jamie and Liz have played too much together as well. I know they both played a lot of the PPA Tour in the US, but this could be a first combination too. Well, I'm sure someone in the viewers will be throwing that in the chat to say, yep, you're correct, or nah, do your homework better. But great to see these two pairing up as well.
Oh, such great control shown throughout that point by Danielle Townsend. She's got so much power at her disposal. You just saw at times there, she's just backing off, using that control to go low at the feet. winner straight down the middle by Liz Trueluck there.
And it's always a good test, you know, new combination, always test that middle, figure out the combination. I mean, they're a few matches into the tournament now, so that you think they'd have it pretty figured out. But when it comes to the clutch points, that's going to really test those new combinations.
And another backhand flick, setting that one up. A speed-up backhand flick, and Pei finishes the day.
Yeah, great combination there from the ladies down the far end of the broadcast. Really enjoying putting on a show here at the Gold Coast.
Just a miss there by Danielle Townsend. And if you're just joining us, we just want to remind you this is the third game in this match. It's one apiece in games, and this is the final decider between these women before one of them will advance. And a great backhand drive there by Jamie Way, forcing the error there from Pei. Just a little untidy now here by both sides. Just getting to the midway part of this game, and both wanting to find a way to finish strong. And Danielle Townsend standing tall, putting it at the feet of Jamie Way. She gets the ball back, but not much she can do.
And you don't often see someone, especially in women's double, jumping in front of Pei and taking that ball. But you could see Danny was in great flow there. She saw the ball really well, and great discipline there from Pei just to allow a partner to just absolutely unleash. And it seems like these guys are really finding a bit of a groove here. Adam, it's fantastic to see both high-energy players really feeding off each other right now.
Certainly is. And as we just look for the changing of ends, we've got Danielle Townsend and Pei Kao 6-5 against Trueluck and Way. Trueluck and Way playing some great pickleball themselves. They're right in this match. They're a good combination. But today, Danielle Townsend just has that look in her eyes. She's got that scrunched up face. She wants this win.
Yeah, home event here for Danielle Townsend. She would love nothing more to be in a gold medal match today in front of all her friends and fam here on the Gold Coast.
And Pei to bring us back into service. Jamie Way to receive. And that one just going wide off the Trueluck paddle. Trueluck and Way looking to break serve here. Townsend there just trying to be a little bit too cute in the way that she executed that backhand, put it up a bit too much, and Jamie Way down the middle. And a well-executed point there by Jamie Way, starting with the lob, catching Townsend off guard. Townsend put a shot back. It was great, but then she was able to move the ball side to side, and Pei could not return that one. And they get served back here now. Unfortunately, that ball has just died on the surface here. Unfortunate for Townsend.
Yeah, I think Jamie Way had a pretty good dink on it regardless. You know, Danny had to get super, super low then to make a play on that ball. Just closes that gap a little, but yeah, 7-6 here, third game.
And Jamie Way just cursing herself with that one. She set it up so well. She had a nice clean look at that ball, but unfortunately she hit it too hard, too long. They still keep service though, with True Luck to bring us back. And nice control again there from Townsend.
Yeah, just a measured shot then. Didn't swing too wildly, and she had her opponents on the back foot anyway. So great to see there, Danny. Measured power. Oh, dancing along the kitchen line there. The girls had a shuffling right, they had a shuffling back left. She knows that shot, she's comfortable there, and again, loving seeing the movement there from Danielle, but the girls are testing it out.
Great shot there by Way. Backhand straight through the middle. Townsend got a paddle on it, but not much she could do about it.
Yeah, you can see the early anticipation there from Jamie Way. She had a paddle set really well. The weight was forward, came over the top of the ball. Point done. Oh, you can see the stack there from the girls on the commentary side here, and allowing Danielle Townsend to get onto the left, and the ball popped up. Pay put that away. Great angle.
Through the middle, Townsend goes. She's really commanding that court position, playing on that dominant side. Pay just allowing her the space.
Oh, Jamie just jamming Danielle Townsend right into that back corner. Fantastic shot. Got her back on her heels, and again, we're log jammed at this 7-6 now. We've been here for quite a little while.
Oh, and True Luck narrowly avoids that one. The backhand flick with the roll from Townsend. You can hear Jamie Way saying, make it, make it. So desperate to get a rally going. Maintain serve. And great little backhand flick there, but the defense from Jamie Way, and then Pay just outthinking herself there and pushing that one wide. We get a crucial point. Does True Luck and Way 7-7. And True Luck, I love the court positioning there. Very aggressive through the middle. Unfortunately, just didn't execute that backhand shot well enough.
Oh, backhand exchanges there into the speed ups. Great work from all ladies there, being able to reset the ball, change the pace, but Paycheck Hound comes out on top for that one. 7-all.
And that one going well long off the Townsend paddle.
And you can see her partner Pay there to say, it's okay. You got the ball, you got a little excited, overplayed it. Let's just play within ourselves. Nice and calm. We got this. We're in the game.
Ah, and a beautiful backhand flick. Signature maneuver there from Danielle Townsend.
Yeah, definitely her favourite shot, and if she gets an opportunity to unleash that, she absolutely will. And I think the ladies will keep that ball away from that position for a little bit if they can.
And Way there coming in, all guns blazing with the aggression. She picked it well, but unfortunately when she swung that paddle, she had to swing it so ferociously that it just went long. Still in this, 7-7. Nice work there by Way, moving side to side. Counters. Saving one service there. And the ATP was perfect from Townsend there, Sanj Carter.
But even better, defended by Jamie Way. She saw it, she got into their play and ruining that opportunity to sort of nullify that. But it was great to see her. She anticipated it well. She's reading the play. 7-8.
Townsend would like that one back. They're just slowly edging, trying to find a bigger gap to finish strong.
Well, they knew the backhand flick was coming there. Liz Joola was on it, and we're getting very close, Adam Holder, ticking over the 1 hour mark of this match. So I'm really keen to see how the mental fortitude of these ladies, their fitness. It is hot out here. We're getting already close to 30 degrees, just closing in on midday in the Gold Coast here in winter. Yeah, tough conditions and really long match for these girls so far.
Quality pickleball here at the kitchen line, folks. Jamie Way just forcing that error on the Townsend paddle. Great shot there by Way.
Yeah, she got Pay all jammed up there. He got that right hip, really good position there. And again, like if you're new to pickleball and you're out there trying to figure out where you should hit that ball, if you get that opportunity at that paddle hip, really good spot. Jamie Way made absolute use of that. 8 points to 9.
Oh, well done, Jamie Way.
I know, and I'll correct myself, that it was 9-8, but that didn't last too long. They brought up point number 10 and their very first match point.
Yes, of course. We're joining this mid-game. This is the third and final game The winner will progress to a quarter-final here. Just a correction here. This is the quarterfinal. The winner will progress to a semi-final.
And that will be still to be determined. We have the other matches happening on the outside court. So we have a number of ladies playing out in the extreme heat. We are very, very lucky here, Adam Hall, to be at the Royal Pines Resort here on the Gold Coast. We are undercover. So we have the nice breeze flowing through, beautiful shade overhead. These show courts here allow the players to not have any direct sunlight on them. And as you said, as it's just starting to creep over that 30 degrees Celsius outside, or for those joining us from the US, up over the mid-80s. All right, it is getting warm for winter here on the Gold Coast. Ladies, having a bit of time out, sucking in the gas. So what do you do here now? Pay and Townsend have called the timeout, Adam Hall. What do they do to get back in this match?
Well, they're just looking to play the game that they've been able to play, which is probably the more assertive and aggressive duo on this court. But there's so much experience over the other side in Trulac and Way that they're more than happy just to play a defensive game. You know, they do have the lead here. They're looking to close out. Pay bringing this back in. And that's not helpful at this late stage in the game. They've got one more serve, and they need to tighten up this point differential. Oh, and that defense by Pay was exquisite. An unlucky net cord there off the Way paddle. Townsend just bobbed up. She can't help but smile, hands on hips.
At home, both ladies, absolutely everything. And, you know, the equipment's there. Sometimes it falls your way, sometimes it doesn't. And glad it wasn't on the match point. Let's see if they can close it out here.
And there it is, Liz Trulac and Jamie Way defeating Danielle Townsend and Pei Cow. What a tremendous game that was. Over 1 hour of court time across 3 games. They take it out 11-8.
Absolutely epic. And the tough thing now for Jamie and Liz, they're going to have to back it up in a semi-final. So they will actually meet Jamie Haas and Michelle Escobar. So again, it's going to be almost a little bit of they all play a heap on the PPA in the USA, so we'll head out. Thank you so much for tuning in here to the Gold Coast. We've got plenty more matches coming up for the next 5 or 6 hours, so go and grab yourself a nice cool drink, an icy pole, and we'll see you back on the stream very, very soon.
Welcome everyone, this is PPA Tour Australia. My name is Dylan Kimlin and we are live here in Gold Coast, about to get underway with our semi-final for the men's. The gentlemen are currently warming up on screen. We can see the terrifying combination. W's all round, Wild and Wall, and they are up against Kyle Yates and the legend himself, Uvi, the fill-in too, probably the story of the match thus far. Wes Gabrielson, absolutely top-notch bloke. I know he messaged me earlier today that he was watching all of our broadcasts. Unfortunately unwell, had to retire from this event. But what a sub. Uvi stepped up. You can see him there warming up with an absolute legend of the pickleball scene, Kyle Yates. Sitting alongside me will be Adam Hall once he is ready to go. And calling this game, we've got Paul Campbell. This will be 3 games to 11, win by 2. Should we get to a third game, the players will swap at 6. Utilising the Joola fast 40s. Adam, mate, get yourself strapped in. This is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, what a semi-final matchup we have here. And you commented before the role of the Pickle Prince, as he's widely known, Uvi Ruya. He's stepping up, stepping in for Wes Gabrielson, and what a teammate he's got in Kyle Yates. So such a privilege actually to have Kyle Yates travel all the way over to Australia to be a part not only this tournament but MLP, obviously a member of the Brisbane Breakers, who had a win last night in round 1, and round 2 will start later this afternoon. And looking really forward to seeing how their opponents match up against them. A formidable pairing. They have beat the pairing of Lucas Pascoe and Vishal Masand in the quarterfinals to make it this far, 11-4, 11-7. So, yeah, nice effort, reasonably decisive scoreline in that quarterfinal. And, geez, they look sharp, don't they, Dylan?
Well, mate, definitely something we need to bring up. You mentioned the Pickleball Prince. We got the royal treatment here at Royal Pines in Gold Coast. He is the coach of the Sydney Smash. So you know what that means. He will be coaching Joey Wild. Fair to say they know each other throughout. I think we may see some sneaky shots come out because Uvi may know Joey's game, but does Joey know Uvi's? Time will tell. The fellas are getting stuck into it, ready to go. Bit warm here today in Goldie. We've had a little bit of a breeze, but it seems to be quite still here currently. Conditions in the Celsius is pushing up to the 30s. And not many better ways to spend your Saturday afternoon wherever you are tuning in with all of our footage here. Now, George Wall, he is an absolute monster on the court and an absolute gentleman off the court. Adam, anything we can anticipate from the Fast Falls captain?
Well, we're going to see a lot of slow dinking play. He's going to be looking to curate a point before he pulls the trigger on a speed up. He likes to go cross court a lot, but when he decides to speed up, it's generally directly opposite his opponent. So it'll be interesting to see which side of the court Joey Wild takes and which side of the court George Wall takes. I haven't seen any of their previous matches firsthand just to see who's been playing where, but we'll get the answer very soon. They look cool as a cucumber, though, under the shade here. Both hats backwards, ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, Joey Wild, one of the most fashionable men in the Australian pickleball scene, usually rocking the bucket hats. Once again, let me down. He did it again yesterday. I had heated discussion with Sanj Carter regarding it, but Joey, mate. But you can see he's clearly in sync, rocking the hat backwards with George Wall as well. And I think regarding right-left combination, Adam, it's fair to say Yates will probably play the dominant side for his duo. I was actually watching Yates and Uvi play earlier today, and they seemed, considering Uvi was a sub, you know, they looked in sync. Definitely fair to say. Obviously, Wild and Wall, they played many events together. We know what they're capable of. But I'm really interested to see how the sub will come in and how he'll perform under such pressure.
Yeah, well, let's not forget that Uvi Ruya is a left-hander, so we'll certainly see both of their forehands playing through the middle. And I think the key here to Yates and Ruya making it up to this semi-final, I mean, there's no questioning that Uvi is a fabulous player in himself and partnering with Kyle Yates. But I think Uvi's attitude has always been such a big thing. You couldn't have asked for a better fill-in from the Kyle Yates camp, in regards to, stepping up, just stepping in. Yep, come what may. It's all good. What do you want from me? I'll leave you the space.
Yep.
And we're expecting Kyle Yates to play the more dominant big game.
Yep.
But he's going to have a lot to handle in Wild and Wall because they're both shot makers.
And on that note, Adam, I mean, there's a very real possibility that Wild and Wall don't need to stack. They can just play very traditional pickleball, right? They're both incredible on that right and left-handed side. I think we'll definitely see the right-left combination from UV and Yates, but we can see Official Campbell here just having a chat to the gentleman. Paul has had this conversation with these two particular fellas many times. They probably know the rules better than anyone else. But no doubt this will be an absolute thriller to get us started. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our other semi-final getting started on our other streaming court. Gordo and Jazz are calling that one. What a thriller that's going to be. Some fireworks about to start. Our timing's perfect here. Their game is literally getting started as we speak, and it looks like our game in the same boat. Now, any particular play styles that we can anticipate? You mentioned slow play from the duo of Wild and Wall. How would you predict their opposition to play?
Yeah, well, I think they're going to be sort of smart about their approach, especially in this first game. They're going to want to feel out their opponent. I think you'll see a very much a soft game. Potentially not too many drives early on. I think they'll be very keen just to third shot drop, make their way into the kitchen, and then the mental battle starts. Who's going to outdink the other and who's going to pull the trigger early. And then Kyle Yates, I expect him to go to work. He's going to try and unpick what the strategy is and then exploit the circumstances on the court that he finds himself in. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Don't want to predict it too sort of early, but, I think it's going to be soft touch, slow play to kick us off.
The prospect of Joey Wild and Kyle Yates yapping at each other, box office television, so to speak. I'm really looking forward to it. We saw Joey Wild in the events that we covered in Redcliffe earlier this year. And once he got loud, he was visibly into it. And ironically, he versed George Wall in the gold for the mixed. And they were going head-to-head at each other. So clearly the fellas have sorted that all out. And here they are going for a semi-final.
Yeah, I do recall actually commentating on that match. And there was a distraction call that George Wall made to the referee. And it was acknowledged as, in fact, a distraction. Joe Wild, hit a great shot and, cheered for the shot as if the ball wasn't playable, but in fact was playable. And George Wall was able to get a paddle to it, but felt off-put, distracted by the cheer. Yep. And, no love lost there. I mean, they're great mates, and I saw them embrace after that game and get on with it. So, here they are partnering, and they've made it all the way through to a semi-final in the PPA Gold Coast event.
UV's fired up. He's been busy throughout the weekend. I've seen him, as we mentioned, with his coaching duties, but also just being a lovable character on the sidelines for pretty much everyone else as well. It's a great role model for a lot of our players here in the Australian pickleball scene.
And style points to UV. Yeah. Might not come up on telecast, but those shorts are bearing bananas.
Yep. No cramping up for UV, that's for sure. Potassium Plus. So you can see it looks like the combination of Wild and Wall will be on the opposing side of screen. And there we go. George Wall taking the right by the looks of it, Adam. I mean, take your pick out of those two. Could be either.
So Wall and Wild won the toss. They've been allowed to pick side or serve, and they'll be serving to start with. And Ruya will receive, playing on the right-hand side, as we predicted, being a left-hander. Ruya just doing some gardening, shall we say, moving the balls around.
They're very leisurely today. It's just, all right, fellas, we've only got a semi-final. It's but honestly, what else do you expect? These guys are all just so calm, and we can get underway. PPA Tour Australia semi-final man's about to get started. Wild to bring it in, 0-0.
And that defensive effort there from Ruya. I mean, everyone gets an opportunity to warm up, but he is warmed up. He was tactful in that defense. That ball just going wide.
Yeah, dinking error there. You mentioned you expected slow-paced play there from Wall, and first points on the board for the duo closest to the screen. Oh, Joey Wild. Flick of the wrist, not to be though, 2-0.
Impressed with the courage of Ruby to just stand there for that high ball. And the speed up there from Ruya was just banished on the backhand by Joey Wild. Straight past Kyle Yates. Just a little too keen on that one.
Another drop error there, and the boys get it back. And it'll be interesting to see if Wild and Wall can fire here with a 3-point deficit to get us started. Speaking of George, the brick wall, getting everything back, slowing things down. As we mentioned earlier, first points on the board for Team W.
And a high ball there, just dispatched by Joe Wild. Kyle Yates, knowing he just put that one a little bit too high. Stood there, got a paddle on it, but unsuccessful.
Oh, a bit of a lapse of communication there from the fellas. 1-point game thus far, and Adam, you more or less called it, mate. It's exactly how we thought this would pan out to get us started.
Well, Yuvi Ruya, take a bow. He had to combat some serious pace. The touch all round from all four players, simply exquisite.
Oh, hands are flying. Unfortunately, Ruya caught out on that one there. We had a jumping George to put it down, and that's the second server, Kyle Yates. Visibly practicing his swings there. And Adam, the prospect of Yates getting frozen out, probably something that we'd expect the boys to try and do.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an unwise tactic to keep it well away from Kyle Yates. Well, the Ruya hands there goes hoo-ha. Absolutely sublime.
Man, he is holding his own right now. This is terrific. Transition, elite. George Wall, easy peasy, puts that one down, and we have a 1-point lead here for the duo of Wild and Wall.
And we're just starting to see some drives now. They felt their way through, and now it's time for a different strategy. Game on.
Oh, flick of the wrist, not to be. Joey Wild trying to speed that one up, but we have another side out here, and we'll see what the boys close to screen can do. Still a 1-point game. This is close, Adam.
And a gutsy speed up there from Ruya. Didn't catch George Wall off guard. The ball came back, but the way that Uvi could just dig that off his hip.
Oh, that's a body. Uvi trying to jump out of the way, cops it in the leg. George Wall, though, nice bloke here as he is. Knows this is all business. Oh, I was going to say, there's no way he was going to pick that up. Trying to pluck it out of the ground there. Joey Wild to bring it in once more. Tied game 4-4.
Well left by Ruya. Kyle Yates is saying out. We're just seeing some more driving on both sides here. I'd just like to see some more direct drives at George Wall off the Ruya paddle.
Ooh. Uncharacteristic mistake there for Yates. Wild and Wall will not be complaining, though. Oh, hands are flying. 2-point lead.
Nice play there by Kyle Yates. We're going to see some really hot stuff at that kitchen line now.
Yep.
And a nice finish down the middle there from George Wall.
He looks really comfortable here, Adam.
And he looks focused. Big time.
And that's gone long. Side out once more. I feel like Joey Wild's been not as used as he typically is. But, I mean, George Wall's popping off, so why would you change? I go and compliment him, and he immediately hits it out. Thanks, George. Second server.
Nice play there by Ruya. Nice, deep, but at the toes. And Ruya just gets caught on the shoulder by a wayward ball there from George Wall. Would have gone long otherwise. Oh, what a point. So unlucky. They still maintain serve, though.
Oh, service error, or rather returning error there. We have a 1-point game. How good was that? George Wall just relentless. I was going to say UV was holding his own there. And how often do you see Kyle Yates losing a hands battle? Very low.
Well, so often now we're starting to see the speed up towards Ruya. Now, he's ready for that.
He is, yeah.
He's doing so well at that kitchen line.
Ooh. Talking about uncharacteristic errors there, we are seeing a couple speed ups into the net here from Joey Wild.
That just might be a sign from Joe Wild. He just wants some more action his way, please.
Oh, my goodness. George, dominant, covering the middle of the court. And you asked for Joey Wild. He doesn't need to do anything when you got George standing next to you.
And it's now up to Kyle Yates and Yuvi Ruya to start to figure that out, that maybe we should start playing some more balls towards Joe Wild's way. The timing on that attempt, ATP executed to perfection. Joe Wild's defense was great, but put a ball way too high. And unfortunately,
Oh, shoulder check attempt, not to be. What goes out? Yuvi threatening that Ernie constantly at him.
yeah, well, obviously he's got Kyle Yates he can just rely on through the middle. So he's got fast feet, Kyle Yates.
There he is. He is so lethal, Joey Wild. He hasn't had many opportunities this game, but when he makes them, they count every time.
Yeah, hats off to Joe Wild here because he hasn't been used much.
No.
He hasn't been dinked to very often. So, when you don't see much ball time to execute shots when required, it takes a bit of effort. He nailed that one.
Oh, that is absolutely elite. George Wall flicking it down the middle. Crowd on their feet.
Well, we call him the thinking man's pickleballer for a reason.
Oh, my goodness.
What temperament on that shot.
Tweener attempt, not to be. I thought George may have been needing a medical timeout there. It was awfully close, but they have another serve here, 9-6-2. Second shoulder check attempt here from Wilder UV, and UV's getting out of the way. He's got his dancing shoes on. Gold Coast putting on a show as always. Side out once more, 6-9-1. See what happened there, Adam? We've had a switch. So Joey Wild's now playing on the right side.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I don't understand why.
Just cause. You might be onto something. Yeah, I mean,
It's only one shot. It's a low sample, but I just don't understand this. Why would they switch it up mid-game? Finish the game and then decide how you want to start the second game potentially.
Joey just wants some limelight, mate. It's like, George, you're getting all the attention right now. Let me in.
Maybe just a gust of breeze unsettling that shot by Kyle Yates there into the net.
Speed up again. Not to be. We're seeing trends here, Adam, and UV, mate, he is bobbing and weaving. Prize fighter out there tearing it up.
And we've seen the switch back. We've got Joe Wild now back on the right, George Wall on the left.
Okay, 4 from 4.
Yeah, we're starting to see it's way too obvious. I mean, it makes sense as to why we want to pick apart Ruya. But it's almost like George Wall is aiming for that shoulder that he was lucky to hit.
That's right.
And there's too many going long now, and this is the wrong time when the boys are chasing down a deficit to not have serve and to keep doing the same shot over and over.
Joey Wild on the right side always has an ace up his sleeve, ripping it down low. And as we mentioned, down low, not high.
These are real mind games that they're playing, and we just saw Joe Wild and George Wall switch again.
Oh, just long. I was about to say, you know who is consistent? Kyle Yates, and then immediately proves me wrong. This here is a game point situation. 10-7.
And they do it, taking out the first game of this match, 11-7. And a great little tactical performance here from Wall and Wild. Bit dumbfounding, though, that they switched it up. But ultimately, they didn't pay the price for it. But it sort of started to seem like this might unravel, especially with George Wall consistently always trying to speed it up to Ruya.
Yeah, I mean, it does make me wonder as we have our other semi-final going on at this point in time. I believe they're still going on anyway, but the scouting report, maybe these fellas are deliberately mixing things up just to chuck a spanner in the works, so to speak. Now, for the combination of Yates and Ruya, I felt that Kyle was a little bit restrained there. He got a fair, decent percentage amount of the balls, but it just wasn't as dominant as we typically see him.
Yeah, he's going to have to sort of play like a protection type role, I think, for Ruya, and making sure that he commands that middle position of the court. I mean, the strategy is quite obvious from Wild and Wall. They're going to want to go to Ruya all the time. Now, we didn't see much play, or much ball, should I say, towards Joey Wild. He was largely frozen out.
Yep.
And Kyle Yates is very comfortable on his backhand dink. He's so proficient at it, but so is George Wall.
Yep.
But George Wall was the one that was prepared to open up the game and play a speed up towards his opponent. And I don't know. I just think that maybe we need to see an attempt at that from the Kyle Yates paddle.
Yep.
He wants to be the one, or needs to maybe be the one, to initiate the speed up towards Joey Wild. See what he's got.
I'm all for it. I mean, you are right. The whatever plan that they had in mind there didn't work out. And it's such a scary prospect coming up against Wall and Wild, because they were winning and intentionally trying things out. So you are right. They've got to go for broke here for the duo of UV and Yates. So help them back on court.
I mean, we did see late there in that second last point, Kyle Yates did pull the trigger on a backhand that just actually went long. I'm surprised he did that, you know, recognizing the moment they were off serve, he went for a make or break sort of shot, and that brought them to a game point situation. But maybe this is the turning of the tide. Maybe he's starting to think, well, we're going to have to try something different here. I need to get Wild involved in this point if we're going to have a different look at a different strategy.
And one way to find out, game 2 for PPA Tour Australia semi-final about to get underway. UV to bring it in, 0-0. There we go, off the board.
And we did see somewhat of a slow start by George Wall in the previous game, where he missed a few of these dinks at the kitchen line.
Oh, that's a net roll. And that's a quick 2 points on the board for Ruya and Yates. George, a big grin. He loves pickleball. Loves being out there. Okay, you asked for a speed up. I'm cool with that.
I mean, the only thing he was hoping there was a body bag, though. And he didn't get it. But we're seeing a different style of play here all of a sudden early on.
Oh, UV wearing the pants in that hands battle, and fair to say he's gone bananas. Forcing the second server, 0-2-2.
And there's two net cords that have gone against George Wall there. Mentally, he's just going to flush that out. Gutsy move there from Ruya to speed up, initiate the speed up against George Wall. Just like to see him keep it soft.
Yeah, another dinking battle. However, I feel that they look a lot more comfortable here between UV and Yates. They've dug it out, they've got a 1 point lead, and now they have the serve once more.
And we've got the switch between Wall and Wild very early on in this game. We saw it late in game one. Will we see a switch back?
Oh, pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, the net was in the way. Second serve up. But you are right. We are seeing a little bit of a different play style here from Yates.
Way to go, Ruya. Ready for that one.
You know, right side players, he is fulfilling his role so well right now.
Ah, winner and the finger waggle. Kyle Yates.
And that's forced the timeout. Absolutely slapped down the left.
Now, early on, we're seeing a change in tactic here. We're seeing Wild playing on the left, letting his forehand go through the middle, and we're seeing George Wall play on the right. And maybe we're going to see a switch straight out of this timeout because it's only early, but it's not working.
Well, I have to wonder, you know, the fellas had a brutal day yesterday with all the singles events. We don't know what's going on, whether there's injury concerns or if something's not 100%, because they are chopping and changing things. It's not, you know, like Yates and UV have done the same thing the entire game. Yes, their play style has changed, but their positions have remained the same. Time will tell. We can see George is keen. He's already gone to the left side. Never mind. Oh, they like to keep us on our toes, Adam.
Well, let's see how this unfolds because I called it relatively early. It's not working, but they're going to persist with it. Now, I'm not saying that Wild's incapable. He's a fabulous player, but need to see a change here in performance. Nice hands there by the Prince. And Wild not far off on that one. That one unfortunately collecting a little bit of tape. He's just having a think to himself right now about what he can do next time in that situation.
Oh, the net roll is there. And George would be absolutely filthy with the amount of nets that have gone the way of the opposition right now. We did see a switch once more. I will say George is looking good, though. He's initiating these speed ups. That one there is just unlucky.
Oh, and UV did such a good job there to have the courage to step through the middle. Not afraid.
I love it. He's feeling himself right now. This is great.
And just the freedom of expression that Kyle Yates is giving him, wanting him to play his own game, but the respect that he's showing to give Kyle Yates more court.
Yep. Oh, backhand roll, not to be. A little bit of a low to high movement there from UV, flicking it long. Side out once more, double stack in effect for Yates UV.
We've seen a switch of play again from George Wall and Joe Wild. I think now let's can it. Let's just keep it consistent. We need to chase down a deficit here, a big deficit.
Yeah, jammed up there, UV.
Yeah, George Wall has definitely been the best when he's been playing on the left side at catching UV off guard. I don't know if it's placement or power, but it's working.
Well, it seems that he's dropped his shots a lot lower too. No more out balls from George. Unfortunately, if you drop them too low, the net gets in the way. Second serve up. Wall to bring it in. 2-7-2.
And a gutsy move down the middle. George Wall there, but crashes it straight into the net. Changing the pace here, Kyle Yates.
We can see Yates was threatening there on the right side. Wall recognising that, punching it down the left side. Oh, that is so good. Straight down the middle is the riddle. And doesn't matter how long your wingspan is of the duo of Wild and Wall when you have a shot placed to perfection like that. Just got to admire it. And we have a timeout here. Looks like George is pretty furious. Not happy with himself.
Well, they've let this one get away from them here. You know, 2-8 scoreline. Right call probably for the timeout, just to slow things down. But we've seen a real changing of mindset here on the paddles of Yates and Ruya.
Yeah.
Way more aggressive with their style of play, exploiting the fact that we had a change, a switch between Wild and Wall. Wild and Wall have gone back to their traditional starting points at the start of this match, with Wall on the left and Joe Wild on the right. I think that's the right move, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, I mean,
is game two going to get away from them, Dylan?
Well, I think that we should expect a real grit and grind play style here from Wall and Wild. They need to dig deep and chip away here. For the combination of Ruya and Yates, they just got to keep blasting. They're playing so well. But pressure definitely mounting here in Gold Coast. We can get started once more. Pressure irrelevant. George Wall down the left side, easy flick. And that's got to be a confidence booster.
And that ball was like a hot air balloon. It just got way too high and was punished by George Wall. And this rally just teasing us with such a big point. And in the end, it was just a deft touch through the middle. Placement over power. Yeah, I like that by Ruya. Took the drive and wanted it to be more direct at Wall. Great move.
There we go. You want to direct the Wall. Take two. Side out. Big opportunity here for Yates and Ruya to put this one away. Bit of a change of communication there from the fellas.
And interesting to note, you might not have caught that on the vision, but that was a backhand dink.
Oh, no, I didn't see
in an
that.
upwards arc. Never seen that before.
Yeah, playing orthodox is no fun, Adam, as the fellas now find themselves 2 points away from victory here.
And Yates and Ruya taking the victory here with an 11-3 scoreline, sending us into game 3. And the way that Ruya got involved in that point, I mean, there was a stage there, where Yates probably played a ball a bit too high, but he made up and mopped up his own mistake. But then he put his teammate in Ruya in a spot of bother, but he was akin to the performance, reset, and then grinded out that point.
He is playing so well. I think we know what to expect from Kyle Yates. We know he's going to absolutely tear it up on the court, but I think, as I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, the story of this is that we have a sub in for Wes Gabrielson, who no doubt he'll be very pleased with how Yuvi's playing at the moment. I think Rui is just playing his role to perfection, doing what he has to do, chipping in, getting a couple of points on his own, but mainly defending the absolute onslaught from his opposition.
And maybe we just saw a tactical mistake there from the outset of the start of that game too, with the switching of sides from Wall and Wild. I think, ultimately they should just go back to what happened in game 1. Have George Wall playing on the left, have Joe Wild playing on the right, and go back to the tactic they had, because it worked so well. Now they find themselves in a sudden death game 3. Semi-final action, winner will go on to the gold.
Yep, and it's got to be said as well, as this is a game 3, the players will swap at 6. So we've got games about to get underway. Joey Wild to bring it in, 0-0, everything on the line, winner goes through to the gold.
And that's a big, important win at the commencement of play here from Ruya. He doesn't earn a point for it, but he gets the mental edge all of a sudden.
Power, Yuvi stepping up once again, fulfilling his role, earning the first points of the game.
But the control there from Kyle Yates, just to hold his paddle at the feet. Didn't overhit it, didn't hit it too hard. Got the point.
Oh, where is the breeze when you need it? That has just gone out by a cat's whisker. 1-0-2.
Well done, Joey Wild. Hasn't had many looks through the middle. Hasn't had to defend like that. But it's just a nice little tough touch on that backhand.
Oh, there we go. The old shoulder check that Yuvi's been copping all game has been returned the favour. George Wall slapping it down to the neck. Second server.
An audacious attempt at an ATP there. One of the best exponents of it is George Wall, but that one was nowhere near, unfortunately.
Oh, switch in effect. And we had Joey Wild with an absolute haymaker of a shot down the middle, not to be though. Speed up was there. Absolute insanity. Joey Wild doing it all. And I feel, Adam, that we are seeing a slight tactics change here. Lots of cross-thinking towards Kyle Yates.
And he won't mind that, to be fair. But one thing we have also seen is another switch of Wall and Wild.
Don't question it. They earn the side out. That'll bring up a 1-2-1. That bounced. That bounced.
That happened a little too fast for my eyes, Dylan. I thought that might have been in, but no, it was out. And placement to perfection there from Kyle Yates on George Wall, just holding him back in defence in that corner.
Adam, am I incorrect in guessing this looks very similar to the start of game one? We've almost reset. The fellas have said, all right, we've had a game apiece. Gentleman's agreement. Let's go head-to-head for this game 3.
The only difference is we've got Wild. He was playing there on that point on the left, and now they look like they've changed it again. They know what they're doing.
Oh, he thought about it. Joey jumping, reaching up high, letting it go out. And I am loving this dink action we're seeing from Wild and Wall. They've squared things up 2 apiece.
And Ruyard there, ready for that shot. And a few times when he's had those opportunities, he's now hit them long. I'm not sure what he has to do here to change it up, but it just requires a different angle, or maybe on the shot.
Oh, punch down the middle and a stare down. I asked for it at the start. The prospect of Joey Wild, Kyle Yates going head-to-head. Absolutely tantalising.
And just starting to mount some points on a little run here. It was Wild and Wall. 5-2.
There we go. Big slap of the paddle there for Uria. Joey Wild to bring it in. Okay. It's now up to Yates and Rui to respond, considering the game 2 rather, and how well they played.
Yeah, good little side out just to halt this 3-point run they were on. Nice attack there by Kyle Yates, going at the body there of George Wall.
Oh, that's a swat. Straight down to the knees. Mike Newell, the coach, that we love here in Australia refers to that as shoe hunting, Adam. Effort. Lunging effort there from Yates, not to be. I think it's fair to say the Wall and Wild were owed a net roll there, and they earn it back once more.
Aggressive play there by Yates. We've just seen that in the last 2 rallies there. Driving from the baseline now more. Maybe a change in tactic. It's now or never. A touch there on George Wall. We're going to see the changing of ends.
I'd like to bring up as well, Adam, that was one off of a speed up towards UV's shoulder. Game 1, we saw that plenty and lots of out balls. George has obviously learnt his lesson with a 3-point lead. And we are due for some absolute thrilling games throughout your afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, here at PPA Tour Australia. Keep in mind, we have plenty of more action for you throughout today and tomorrow. You can catch all of it on the PPA Tour Australia YouTube channel. As well as all of our singles games yesterday, let me tell you, we had some absolute thrillers for all of our Gold Coast residents. It was a public holiday, and what an awesome way to kickstart an awesome long weekend.
And just to bring you up to speed on the situation here, we've got a semi-final clash. We're into the 3rd game, the one that matters. We've currently got a lead to the side of Wild and Wall, to Ruya and Yates. Wild and Wall up 6-3. Winner of this match goes on to play the gold medal match. First game was taken out by Wild and Wall, and the second game was taken out by Ruya and Yates. And it's been a very interesting affair so far, Dylan Kimlin.
Yeah, not wrong, mate. I think we've seen a wide variety of tactics being deployed. But it all comes down to this. Who will dig deep? Ruya, man, he is absolutely tearing it up right now. Very rarely do we see George Wall getting caught by surprise.
Great leave there by Ruya. He didn't have to do much, and he gives Joe Wild a big smile on that one.
No.
And another leave by Ruya.
Yep.
And again, he didn't have to do too much,
No.
but he had to have the presence of mind of what he needed to do. Get out of the way.
There we go, mate. I mean, I think you are right in that the dodging, he's fair to say he's got the blood pumping at the moment. Just needs to settle things down. The reset attempt to follow up on that Ernie, not to be. Ruya, man. Oh, boy, he is playing so well. Tied game, 6-6.
And what a dig flick off that forehand from Kyle Yates to force the error. And Wild and Wall call for the timeout.
What a response. I mean, Ruya and Yates were down. They've obviously dug deep after the rotation, and now, UV's digging deep. Kyle Yates hasn't really done much in the last 5 minutes. He hasn't had to.
Well, they've just turned a 6-3 deficit into a 7-6 1-point advantage, Dylan, and happened so quick at that changing of ends.
As I like to say, Adam, diamonds are made under pressure, and we are seeing one shining before our very eyes. Fellas, a return to the court. We can get back underway once more. UV Ruya looking fired up here. 7-6. That's better. That's better. Very clear intent there from the duo of Wild and Wall.
Way to go, George Wall, initiating that speed up. Ruya gets a ball back, but unfortunately a bit too high. Dispatched there by George Wall for the winner. 7-7.
Absolutely teed off. Wall and Wild combining down the middle. And they now find themselves with a 1-point lead. Another lead change.
And power over placement there from Kyle Yates. On his tippy toes with the backhand flick at the feet of George Wall.
There we go. Nice deep return, forcing the side out. Can we just talk about how ridiculous those two returns were from Wall? Both of them were on the line, keeping Yates back, forcing the second server.
Great touch there by Joey Wild. All Ruya could do was let it walk by.
Yep. What a rally. There we go. Right side player coming up clutch. Kyle Yates popping off as usual. Absolutely disguised there by Wall. Looked like he was going to flick it once more at UV. Ended up ripping it down the middle, getting the pop up, putting it away.
Point of the match, Dylan Kimlin. It had everything. An audacious lob there. Just a break-up play. And most importantly, they get service back at the time they need it most.
Well left. Well left. UV trying to pull the trigger. Joey Wild with patience of a saint to let that go. I know I wouldn't be doing that. 7-9-2. Simple. Simple pickleball. Didn't need to wallop it down low. Catching Yates off guard, forcing the side out once more. 9-7.
And Ruya just needs to be careful to initiate the speed up directly to George Wall. That one luckily came off for him, but in this match it hasn't been playing out well. And he goes toe-to-toe this time and wins that battle. Epic play from Ruya against Wall there.
Oh, stand and deliver. Not at all intimidated. UV Rua, take a bow, mate.
Well, is Ruya in their head? We just saw a switch from Wild and Wall, switching sides. Initiating the point against Ruya, and Ruya with a clinical finish in that rally.
Oh, Joey Wild popping that one down the left side. They have another chance, however. Currently have a 8-9-2 game on our hands. So good, so good. Ties things up. Game 3 pickleball here for our semi-final. And we have a timeout called on the duo of Wild and Wall. Ooh, boys, strap yourselves in. This is getting spicy.
Yeah, this one's got the heart rate going. So pleased for Ruya. Obviously, we've spoken about it a number of times in the match, but if you're just joining us here, a substitute, UV Ruya replacing Wesley Gabrielson to partner with Kyle Yates here. He's come over to Australia in an official capacity as the Sydney Smash coach. I'm not sure if he planned to play at all. I'm sure he brought his paddle and was ready to have some rec hits, but I don't think he planned to play in the pro event gender doubles with Kyle Yates.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Could you imagine rocking up as a coach and then having one of the best players in the world like, hey, can you partner with me? Talk about big shoes to fill, mate.
Now, when you say one of the best players in the world, Dylan, you're referring to Kyle Yates. Duper, 6.451. Off the charts.
Clinical. Absolutely clinical. Joey Wild taking his time there. We talked earlier about the cross-dink rally between Yates and Wild and Wall. And in this instance, Joey Wild getting the points he wants, forcing the side out, 9-9.
Yates, clutch. Oozing class. And the tension is building nicely at the crescendo of this game.
We have to mention there is a large crowd for this, just above where the viewers can see at home. And it is quiet as a mouse currently. Oh, the hands are there. Joey Wild's fist pumping. Crowd on their feet. That is insane. They are firing at the right time here, Adam. The boys getting it back 9-9-1. Danger signs here for Ruya and Yates.
And a body bag at this time in the match. Gutsy stuff from Yuvi Ruya.
I like it. I like it.
They save one serve. Got one more to deal with here. And a little slap of hands between Ruya and Wild and Wall. Great respect. But I gotcha, he says.
Yeah. You'll feel that later on, mate. UV take 2. Gentlemen off the court. That high five meant nothing, Adam. 9-9. Oh, goosebumps at Gold Coast. Cold Yates coming in clutch once more, and they find themselves in a match point situation. Absolute insanity here for PPA Tour semi-final.
George Wall says not done yet.
Absolute velocity ripping that down the middle. Another chance here. And that's all she wrote. That is all she wrote. Yates and Yuvi have dug deep in an absolutely extraordinary effort. Adam, blown away.
Absolutely exceptional. And the crowd showing their appreciation for that match. An exceptional performance by all 4 players, it must be said. Wild and Wall really gave it everything. And look at the scoreline, 11-9 in the 3rd game of the semi-final.
You know, it just goes to show the absolute class that we have here in our player base throughout the Australian pickleball space. And also how clutch some of these players are. Kyle Yates popped off at the end there, but Yuvi Ruya, I think we have to give him his flowers, Adam. He played terrifically well.
It's a Cinderella story. He's going to be playing off for a gold medal after coming here for a completely different purpose. And he gets to play with Kyle Yates, a 7-time US Open champion, former number 1 in the world. And I can see the smiles as they just take a break to have a piece to camera. And the Pickle Prince will be going off. I need to get a piece of this video.
He is loving it right now. Absolutely unfazed by the pressure at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the PPA Tour Australia is going to be continuing. We have our gold medal matches coming up soon for the ladies and the men genders doubles day here in the Gold Coast. Strap yourselves in. We have plenty more action coming right up straight after this. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the PPA Tour Australia. My name is Dylan Kimlin, and we have the gentleman on screen warming up for us. It's going to be our bronze medal, set for an absolute screamer. We've just had Joey Wild and George Wall just go down in their semi-final match against Yates and Ruya. In their opposition, warming up on the right side, we can see Kyle Watnell playing with Roman Estareja. I was speaking to Kyle just before this game began. He said his semi-final was absolutely nail-biting, and they ended up just going down against the opposition of Mehta and Bhatia, who will be going through to the gold. For Roman, he looks fired up, ready to go. Big smile as always. Calling this game will be Paul Campbell. This will be 3 games to 11, win by 2. Should we get to a third game, the players will rotate at 6, utilising the Joola Fast 40s. If you've wanted to tune into any of our footage this weekend, the PPA Tour Australia, you can catch all of the action on the YouTube channel. And this game's going to be an interesting one. George and Joey were chopping up a little bit, mixing things around in the last game. But we can expect some unreal play from their opposition. Watnell was informing me that both he and Roman know each other from San Diego. Played a little bit out that way. So no doubt they're prepared for our events here. Paul's just having a yarn to the fellas, ensuring that all is okay. And our men's pickleball action will continue, because straight after this we have the gold medal, and that will be between the duo of Harsh Mehta and his partner Bhatia. And they will be up against Yates and Ruya, and what a game that is going to be. Warm day here in Gold Coast. Just past lunchtime, 1:30, pushing 30 degrees Celsius. Now the fellas, has to be said, have had a very long warm-up. Roman's just done a runner. Bathroom break in order. But it's been an absolute pleasure calling this weekend for you all. We've had a lot of positive interaction with the comments. Everyone tuning in and cheering on all of their friends and family. A lot of international viewers as well. It's great to see. I hope our Aussie accents are understandable for you all. Now, things to be wary of. George and Joey, renowned athletes here in the Australian pickleball scene. Hard hitters of the ball, great dinkers. And in their semi-final loss, they originally started with both Wild and Wall swapping up that left side dominant position, have the right hand down the middle. It's going to be curious to see what they opt to do throughout this series of games. We are at the Royal Pines in Gold Coast, which is just a little bit south of Brisbane on the east coast of Australia for our international viewers. It's apparently winter. Definitely does not feel like winter. Absolutely roasting on court. I was speaking to Paul Campbell, actually, our official, and he said he's happy to be calling this game because, as you can see with the shadows on screen, we have a bit of a shade sail cloth above us all, so we're in a bit of shade here. Either way, the fellas are underway. Bronze medal action getting started. And that's a post. Oh, Joey is such a character. Unfortunately, he did a TTP through the post. Side out once more, 0-0. Watnell opting to take his time there. We can see Roman Estareja taking the left side of the court. And drive unsuccessful, side out once more. Fellas clearly just getting a hang for things here. Understandable so. And that return goes long. First points on the board here for Team W. 1-0-2. Double out ball. Interesting. Watnell hitting the sweet spot. Oh, just called long. The hand speed of George Wall, absolutely outrageous. Estareja and Watnell dodging a bullet there. Unfortunately, followed up with a shot into the net. There we go, Joey. George shows you how to get it done. Nice ATP down the right side. Scary prospect to pumped up George Wall. Return scored long. And that's a third out ball, resulting in 3 points here for the duo of Wild and Wall. Oh, Wild nearly cop him one in the noggin there. It's been increasingly popular here in the Australian pickleball scene for our players to utilise eye protection. Thankfully, Joey's okay. Oh, but Carl's not. That was outrageous. Walloped him there. George Wall, absolute velocity. And again. George, 2 net rolls. And that has to be frustrating for Roman and Kyle. Oh, he's gone for it again. Why not, George? Medals on the line. Got a ball out, mate. 0-5, side out once more. 1-0 to bring it in. Called long. That is exquisite. Great drive down the middle. First points on the board here. First Reha and Watnell. Great hands, Joey Wild. Not doing anything silly there. Kept digging away. Oh, that's too good. Absolute patience there from Joey Wild. Lots of dinking involved. Forces the pop up. Easy put away. And bread and butter for Mr. Wild. 7-1 currently. They look comfortable. Sheer power. Roman Estrella flogging that down the middle. Forcing the second server. I wonder if we'll see a timeout here on the side of Watnell and Estrella as they've now have a quick 7-point deficit. Ooh. Joey Wild typically makes those. This is the chance for Roman and Kyle. They must get some points on the board. Oh, too easy. Joey Wild, the rebounding expert, speed it up at him. At your own risk. Absolutely outrageous hands. Point proven. Joey Wild absolutely popping off right now. Making the most of those fast hands of his. 9-1. My apologies. 9-1 now. And we have a timeout here on the side of the gentleman closest to screen, Watnell and Estrella, and they've got a little bit of work to do here. The duo, Wild and Wall, terrifying prospect to go head-to-head with typically. Well, they've just got to dig deep. For them, for Roman and Kyle to go so well against the opposition of Mehta and Bhatia, they clearly can play. That is an outrageous combination. So they've got the goods. They just need to dig deep here and reassess their options and try and build some momentum here for our game one. Oh, that rally had it all. Switch on the side of Wall and Wild. That first lob from Estrella, he is an absolute master of the lob. Unfortunately for him, the second one, trying to lob someone as tall as George Wall, dangerous prospect. And that goes long. We've got a game point situation on board here for Team W. Wild and Wall have a chance to lock this one up. Not today. Another opportunity here for the gentleman closest to screen. There we go. Seeing a couple more lobs coming into play here for the duo of Estrella and Watnell. Side out once more. 10-3, Wild to bring it in. What a way to end it. Game one wrapped up with an ATP. George Wall, Joey Wild in cruise control here for this first one. A little bit of work to be done for the duo of Estrella and Watnell. Currently on our other court for our stream, we have the women's gold for the doubles being called by the incredible Coco and Gordon. Oh, and I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just watching a rally break out. At least a 45-shot rally on display. Whoa. That's got to be a doozy of a game. Go and watch that after this one on the YouTube footage available from PPA Tour Australia. We can get back underway. Roman and Kyle will be looking for a strong start here after that game 1 deficit. There we go. Ask and you shall receive. Estrella smacking that in the belly of Wall. Oh, too easy. He's got all the tricks. Finished last game with an ATP. Started this game with an Ernie. And I will say, during the semi-final, George Wall was playing incredibly well. Very consistent pickleball, 0-1. Oof. Had the opportunity, couldn't clutch it. Defense to offense. Absolutely incredible there from Estrella and Watnell. And that's down to the fees. Shoe hunting. Cheeky grin from Roman. He knew the risks when it comes to lobbing these two absolute titans on the court. Oh, down the middle is perfect. George Wall flicking it unreachable there for Watnell and Estrella. Side out once more. No one goes long. The behind the back attempt from Wall. All for show. Ah, terrific dink rally. Kyle Watnell jumping on that one. Converting the opportunity well. Side out again. Ooh. Estrella jumping on that one. Yeah, big smile. He knows he had the chance. This is a much better start for the duo furthest from camera. Considering how well Wild and Wall were playing in game 1. Got a tactical tying up of the shoelaces here from Roman. He's really taking his time here. There we go. 2-1-2. Oh. The shoelaces worked. Find themselves with a 2-point lead. Service error. Side out. Off. Outrageous hands. And see once again Wall and Wild opting to change things up. They've been switching a lot throughout the last two games. Currently 2-3. Down the middle is perfect. Wall and Wild now quickly building momentum. Danger signs here once again for Roman and Kyle. They had good momentum. They can't allow it to slip away. Can we just point out the volley lob there from Watnell and how difficult that is to do? Perfection at the bottom right corner. And again. It's starting to work for them here. 2 successful plays in a row. And we have a close one on our hands for this game too. If you are just tuning in, the duo of Wild and Wall took the first one. Nice. Good hands battle. Now the question has to be asked, who's going to pull away here? In a little bit of a stalemate between these two sides currently. Oh, slapped. Pop-up was there. Watnell jumped all over it. The lobs are effective right now. Several successful ones from the duo furthest from screen. Yep, combination is there. Wild and Wall working in sync. Ooh, Roman, look out. Electric hands at the net. Solid transition drives and volleys. Called wide. Smart placement of the ball there. Oh, pick up. Can't do it again, though. Offensive prowess there on display from Joey Wild. See ball, whack ball. Roman showing he can do it too. We have a timeout here on the side of Wild and Wall. You can just see the gentleman getting those fluids up. It is very warm here in Gold Coast at the moment. Well and truly above 30 degrees, I would say, at the moment. 2 o'clock here in Gold Coast. Yep, pushing 34, 35 degrees, in fact. That's in Celsius for our international viewers. Absolute scorcher. And the terrifying prospect of it is that it's supposed to be winter right now. So it's supposed to be a lot cooler than it is. Let's get back underway. 6-4. Oh, top of the paddle. Wall normally very proficient with those smash attempts. Volley lob again. I am loving this from Estrella and Watnall. Putting on a lobbing clinic for us here in Gold Coast. 8-4. Outstanding. Drive attempt unsuccessful, however. That was really good footwork there by Watnall. Leaping through the air. Unfortunately, Estrella are unable to assist. Yep, that's long. It does feel like Joey and George have lost their mojo a little bit here, considering how well they were playing. Yeah, point proven right there. Side out again, 8-6-1. Watnall and Estrella would love to tie this things up and force a game at 3. Switch. Elite. Joey Wild smacking that on the right side. Transitioning left to right, of course. Second server currently 8-6-2. Oh, too good. And he stays out of the kitchen as well. Terrific effort. Nine, 6-2. Oh, lunging effort there from Watnell. Sheer pace has just pummeled it to the left side. Patient. I think Wall might have got a little bit caught off guard there. He looked like he was maybe anticipating a little bit of a faster shot. No. Faster shot is exactly what he delivers. Great serve. Oh, called wide. The challenge is there. Official Campbell confirming it is wide. Tied game 9-9. Hands on display. Bronze medal point. And that is all she wrote. George Wall and Joey Wild have dug deep, considering they were down for majority of this game too. For the duo of Estereja and Watnell, fourth place. George Wall, Joey Wild securing the bronze here at PPA Tour Australia. We have the gold medal for the men's coming right up. Our gold medal for the women's currently on our other showcase court. I'd highly recommend tuning in and watching over there. Dylan Kimlin live here from PPA Tour Australia. We will be back on soon with some more medal action. Thank you.